when mistletoe and tinsel glow paint a Yuletide valentine. Back home I go to those I know for a Christmas old lang syne. And as we gather round the tree, our voices all combine in sweet accord to thank the Lord for a Christmas old lang syne.
When sleigh bells ring and choirs sing, and the children's faces shine,
with each new toy we share their joy with a Christmas old lang syne. We sing his praise this day of days and pray next year this time we'll all be near to share the cheer of a Christmas old lang syne.
Christmas, everybody, and a Happy New Year.
In sweet accord we thank the Lord for our Christmas old lang syne.
John Dansley, NBC News, Chicago.
Listen again on the hour over most of these same stations for NBC Radio News.
Do you borrow money to finance gambling? Gamblers Anonymous has helped literally hundreds who had a gambling problem to return to normal, happy lives. There are no dues or fees for membership, only a desire to stop gambling. In Gamblers Anonymous, compulsive gambling is treated as an illness, not a malicious vice. Many problem gamblers who previously tried to stop by themselves and failed have found the necessary strength through the fellowship of Gamblers Anonymous. It offers wonderful help back to honest living and away from the turmoil and nightmare of compulsive gambling. This self-destructive addiction has proven to be a progressive illness. If you are one of the estimated 6 million Americans suffering from this problem, act now by calling Gamblers Anonymous at Murray Hill 97500. Don't gamble with your life. The stakes are too high.
WNBC FM, New York. NBC Radio presents the New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Band Celebration. From now until the wee hours of 1969 tomorrow morning, stay with NBC Radio as we present some of the top bands in the nation from coast to coast. This is the first stop, ladies and gentlemen, and we're at your father's Mustache Banjo Parlor in New York City, listening to the music of your father's Mustache Banjo Band under the direction of Ron Beisel. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. gentlemen, you're listening to a short session of continuous mayhem here at your father's mustache banjo parlor. And you're listening to the music of your father's mustache banjo band under the direction of Ron Beisel. Later tonight, you'll hear the Glenn Miller Orchestra under the direction of Buddy DeFranco. You'll also hear Duke Ellington, Lawrence Welk, Harry James, and many others. Right now, it's the music of the Father's Mustache Banjo Band. To the music of your father's mustache banjo band at the Father's Mustache Banjo Parlor in New York City. We're featuring a short music of continuous mayhem here. In a few minutes, NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands moves on to Shepherd to New York City, where you'll hear the Cal Roberts Swingers. And they'll be followed by a preview of the Times Square celebration with Ben Brower and Jim Harriet. Gentlemen, this portion of NBC's New Year's Eve celebration was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. What am I saying? Listening for the past 6 or so minutes to your father's mustache banjo band under the direction of Ron Beisel, and you've heard it all here in New York City at your father's mustache banjo parlor. You can come here anytime you're in the city. We'll be happy to have you. Stay tuned all this year, or all this New Year's Eve, as NBC crisscrosses the country for more of the All-Star Parade of Bands with Duke Ellington, Herbie Mann, Harry James, Les Brown, and many others, all on the NBC Radio Network. Happy New Year, everybody. May I say that your director was Bob Sussman, your engineer, Walter Ryan.
Hi, this is Charlie Brown. Do you know how much unsuspecting arthritis victims threw away last year on quack and misrepresented drugs and remedies? $350 million. But the loss in dollars is only part of the story. The real tragedy is in the valuable time lost. Time so critical in the prevention of the needless suffering and crippling that arthritis can bring. Don't you be fooled by quacks promising surefire cures for arthritis. The irreparable damage they may cause is more than you bargained for. If you have any questions about the general treatment of arthritis or a specific drug that you've heard about, call the New York chapter of the Arthritis Foundation at 677-5790 or write 221 Park Avenue South, New York, New York, 10003. Get the facts and join the fight to stamp out arthritis quackery.
Don't tie up the mail. Keep it moving. Use zip code in every mailing address and your return address, too. You'll help yourself, your neighbors, and your post office.
Hey, baby. This is where it's happening. NBC Radio's All-Star Parade of Bands this New Year's Eve continues with the Cal Roberts Swingers from Shepherd to New York City's fabulous Park Avenue in the Drake Hotel. This is Jerry Damon welcoming you to New Year's Eve at the Drake Hotel and laying it on you with Cal Roberts.
I love the clouds roll out when you run in. I said, love, I'd like to see your face again. I thought of her to cherish, my sadness all will perish. So love, please come away. Then don't forget to stay. Hey, love, please come away. I said, love, you took one night and you melt my fear. I never seen inside her. My eyes have opened wider. So love, please come away. Then don't forget to stay. Hey, love, please come away. If I wondered of your powers in the past, I believe in you at last. I've never seen inside her. My eyes have opened wider. So love, please come away.
Cal Roberts, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to take a second here to remind you that later on tonight, of course, you'll hear the Glenn Miller Orchestra, the New Christie Minstrels, Duke Ellington, the Kirby Stone Company, and many others on our fabulous NBC All-Star Parade of Bands. I don't want to take time out from this, so I'm going to turn it right back to Cal. Cal, what you going to do for us?
Up and away.
Up and away. Lay it on him, baby.
All
Here we go.
righty. You. Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon? Oh, we can fly up and away in my beautiful balloon. Nicer face in my beautiful balloon. She wears a nicer face in my beautiful balloon. Oh, we can fly up and away in my beautiful balloon. Suspended under the twilight canopy, we'll search the sky for a star to guide us. We'll find a cloud to hide us. There in my beautiful balloon, way up in the air in my beautiful balloon. Oh, we can fly up and away in my beautiful balloon. Suspended under the twilight canopy, we'll search the sky for a star to guide us. Find a cloud to hide us. Love is waiting there in my beautiful balloon, way up in the air in my beautiful balloon.
Exciting response from our group here, from our guests. I see some celebrities in our group. Our very own Lou Wood from the National Broadcasting Company's famous news team, jazz harpist Gloria Tracy. Lovely, lovely people. And our maitre d', Robert, here at the Drake Hotel, taking very fine care of all of us. And what else can I say? A little reminder here, in a few minutes, Ben Grauer and Jim Harriet for the Times Square celebration preview. Then the Glenn Miller Orchestra, under the direction of Buddy DeFranco, will continue NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands. We don't stop right here. We bring on Cal Roberts again. What you going to do for us now, Cal?
A little thing entitled Exodus.
Exodus. Go get him.
Beautiful. This land is mine. God gave this land to me. This great and ancient land to me. And when her morning sun reviews her hills and plains, then I see a land where children can run free. So take my hand. my side. With the help of God, I know I can be strong to make this land my own. If I must fight, I'll fight to make this land my own until I die. This land is mine. This land is mine. Woo! Oh, yeah.
Hal Roberts, what a fabulous organization. A reminder at this point that this portion of NBC's New Year's Eve celebration is being presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. And have we got the musicians here? Cal, we got just about almost exactly 3 minutes left to this portion of the program and about 33 minutes left to 1968. How are we going to go out?
Oh, we're going to go out with a little thing called a hammer right into the saints.
Okay, let's knock it down.
Now, we'd like for everybody out there to kind of put their hands together and help us celebrate the new year, huh? Everybody clap your hands. Come on and get it. Come on and get that feeling, huh? Everybody get it. Come on. Hooting anytime. Yeah. 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 I say yeah. Come on, let me. Everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I'd hammer in the evening. All over this land. I'd hammer right danger. I'd hammer right warning. I'd hammer right love between my brothers and my sisters all over this land. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, say yeah now. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. If I had a bell, I'd ring it in the morning. I'd have to ring it in the evening time. All over this land, I ring out danger. I ring out a warning. I'd ring out love between my brothers and my sisters. Lord, 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 all over this land. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's how it goes here. This portion of NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands has been coming to you from the fabulous, beautifully appointed Shepherd's Restaurant at the Drake Hotel in New York's elegant Park Avenue. This is now Jerry Damon reminding you of the preview coming up next of the Times Square celebration, followed by more of NBC Radio's All-Star Parade of Bands on the NBC Radio Network.
Get that feeling. Come on and get that feeling. Everybody clap your hands. Come on. Everybody clap your hands. We're gonna get that feeling, children. I got that feeling. Oh, got to get it. Got to get it. Got to get it. Got to get it. Get that feeling. Get that feeling. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Well, I wanna be in that number, yeah. When the saints go marching in. Oh, in that
Where's the action these days? That's what the girls want to know. And if you girls want the answer, ask the Campfire Girls. They know where the action is. There's action indoors, action outdoors when you belong to Campfire Girls. Girls give needed services to their community, learn child care. They take trips, camp, and cook over open fires. And whatever your age, there's an age group for you. 4 age groups. The youngest are Bluebirds, then Campfire Girls, Junior High Campfire Girls, and for high school girls, there's Horizon Club. For information, call your nearest Campfire Girls office. Then gather a group of your friends. Talk it over. Ask any girl who's a Campfire Girl, and you'll be sold. Don't delay. Get involved. Join Campfire Girls. It's a United Way youth program. A youth program for you. Action-packed.
WNBC FM, New York.
This is Ben Grauer at Times Square on New Year's Eve. We're standing on the 4th floor, room 408 of the Hotel Claridge, along with my colleague of NBC News, Jim Harriet. And the occasion, of course, is the annual renewal of one of the amazing sociological phenomenons of America, Times Square in New York. For some reason, Jim, I don't know if you know the answer, I don't, through the years, from a tradition that started about 50 years ago, New Yorkers celebrate New Year's Eve by congregating here in this extended open space that runs from Times Square down at 42nd Street up to where Broadway and 7th Avenue now are at 48. On good nights, we get, 40, 50, 75,000 people. On this wet, dreary, 40 degrees, sleazy rain, and a little mixture of snow night, we don't have anywhere near that many, Jim. About how many as you look out the window, would you guess?
I would say somewhere about 25,000, perhaps a little less, perhaps a little more.
Well, let's see.
They're jamming in up the street. I was down there a few minutes ago.
Let's get a better look. We'll open a window here. And the noise flows in. Let's see. Down there at 42nd, I see lots of asphalt, which is unusual.
But up that way, see how jammed it is up the other way, up Broadway.
To 45th and 6th.
More people coming in all the time. The searchlight is in place, and it sweeps up to the now famous ball atop what is now the Allied Chemical Tower.
It used to be the Times Tower, and up there, that ball, which is on a stick of about 100 feet high, will start sliding at 20 seconds, 30 seconds before the hour, right?
Right, and listen to that crowd. They're all warming up, and I think every one of them has a horn, and most of them are flat.
Oh, look, the searchlight has hit one of the groups of kids, and they're waving their hands and jumping and making a sort of a snake dance all together. The cops are holding them back. There are lots of Commissioner Leary's policemen here. I've noticed something every year, Jim, as I watch these through the years. It's 25 years or more. The crowd gets younger every time. As I fought my way into the Claridge tonight, because there already was quite a crowd, I noticed that 50% of them were under 20 years old. They were teenagers. And you don't see any of the sedate married couples out for a stroll on a New Year's Eve that you used to see.
Well, not on a night like this. I was fighting through that crowd a few moments ago, and one policeman told me it's raining about 39 degrees in New York right now, but nobody really cares. They're here for a moment of history.
Bang, that's cherry bombs. That's the style of 1968. They started that last year. Kids bring cherry bombs and firecrackers.
And every time one goes off, the crowd goes even wilder.
Now wait till you hear midnight and you can't believe the surge of sound. Look over there, that black pit there. That's where the Hotel Astor used to be. Now it's an excavated hole in New York's terrain where they're going to put up a great big office building. We used to do our shows there on New Year's Eve every year from the Hotel Astor Marquis.
And it's just a memory of a once famous landmark.
And it's a sign of the times. Everything's changing here in New York. It's moving. The young people are moving. The age is moving. Sociological change. That's the story of what a strange and difficult year this has been. Crowned as it was, Jim, this year of 1968, by just a week ago, 3 great astronauts saluting us from the moon.
A magnificent example of a man's conquest of the unknown. Of course, President Johnson's decision not to run again, the assassinations of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King, the return of the Pueblo crew members. Many, many things happened in 1968.
And an orderly election. But now you take care of this microphone, Jim. I'm going up to visit another part of our NBC network.
Thank you, Ben Grauer. Good news from Vietnam in the final hours of 1968. The Viet Cong turned over 3 American prisoners to U.S. representatives on a riverbank 50 miles northwest of Saigon. Let's hope it'll be a good new year. This is Jim Harriet, and we'll be back to greet 1969 from Times Square in New York City later on. But for now, stay tuned as NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands continues. Coming up, the Glenn Miller Orchestra under the direction of Buddy DeFranco on the NBC Radio Network.
Thousands of people throughout the United States who have created problems due to excessive gambling have found the strength to quit by joining Gamblers Anonymous. This nonprofit fellowship can give you help if you have this problem. Please call Murray Hill 9-7500 or write to Gamblers Anonymous. Post Office Box 292, Jamaica, New York, 11431. Don't gamble with your life. The stakes are too high.
Attention, please, Mr. Unemployed, older executive. Do you know about the 40 Plus Club? 40 Plus is a unique nonprofit organization with many years' experience in helping unemployed executives over 40 to relocate. Over 6,000 members have benefited. From 2 to 5 men go to jobs every week. Call 40 Plus today. Call 233-6086. That's 233-6086.
NBC Radio continues its New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands celebration across the nation with the Glenn Miller Orchestra under the direction of Buddy DeFranco. This is Dick Smith speaking to you from the Memorial Auditorium in Worcester, Massachusetts. And here is the celebration across the nation with the Glenn Miller Orchestra under the direction of Buddy DeFranco. This is Dick Smith speaking to you from the Memorial Auditorium in Worcester, Massachusetts. And here is the Glenn Miller Orchestra. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from Worcester, Massachusetts. It's the Glenn Miller Orchestra, led by Buddy DeFranco. And here's the evergreen In the Mood. Central New England is in a festive mood, just 20 minutes away to welcome in the new year in Central New England. And now, the Glenn Miller Orchestra, led by Buddy DeFranco, in a soon-to-be-released selection from their new album, here is Till. And that was Till, with the great clarinet of Buddy DeFranco leading this Glenn Miller Orchestra. I might remind those of you, coast to coast, that tonight's broadcast from Worcester, Massachusetts, is to benefit the Dollars for Scholars of the Assumption Preparatory School. This is known as the Dollars for Scholars Ball, and this is the 5th annual such event held on New Year's Eve in the central part of New England in Worcester, Massachusetts. And now, let's bring on lovely vocalist Joni Shepard to sing Can't Take My Eyes Off You. Can't take my eyes off her.
I
just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I want to hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Fuck it to me, Daddy. Ha!
Thank you, Joni. Joni Shepard with Buddy DeFranco and the Glenn Miller Orchestra. And now, here's another favorite out of the Glenn Miller Songbook. This is Danny Boy. Danny Boy. It's good to hear that one again. Well, in just about 10 minutes, it will be here, the hour of midnight and a new year. And in just a few minutes, we'll be taking you to Times Square in New York City for the official broadcast with Ben Grauer. But now, here is the Glenn Miller Orchestra with the American Patrol. NBC Radio's New Year's Eve Parade of Bands has been presented through the facilities of radio station WTAG in Worcester, Massachusetts. We invite you to stay tuned for the new Christie Minstrels, Duke Ellington's Orchestra, the Kirby Stone Company, Les Brown and his Band of Renown, and others. This is Dick Smith speaking to you from the Memorial Auditorium in Worcester, Massachusetts. This portion of NBC Radio's New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians.
Sword and shield down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by that riverside. I'm gonna clean this river up again, down by the riverside, 'cause I ain't gonna stand this mess no more. Ain't gonna stand this mess no more. Ain't gonna stand this mess no more. No, I ain't gonna stand this mess no more. No, Lord, ain't gonna stand this mess no more. Ain't gonna stand this mess no more. No, I ain't about to stand this mess no more.
don't have to stand this mess no more. Clean water is everybody's business. Make it yours. Write Clean Water, Washington, D.C.
WNBC FM, New York.
This is Jim Harriet speaking to you from Times Square in New York City, as if you couldn't hear it. From 42nd Street on my left, sweeping all the way up to 45th or 46th Street. You can't see any blacktop except for an island right in the middle of this surging crowd of humanity. And they're waiting for one thing, the end of this old year and to help ring in the new. There's some pushing and shoving, but it's a happy crowd, lots of horns. A rocket went up a moment. There goes another one. We're on the 4th floor of the Claridge Hotel. That one went up to about at least the 7th floor. Truly the rocket's red glare here in the final waning moments of 1968. It had been raining earlier. It looks as if the rain has stopped. Temperature in the high 30s. It will get windy and much colder and clear up later on. On this night of all nights for going out on the town, one of New York's most famous nightclubs is closed. The Latin Quarter shut down. Its chorus girls are on strike. They want more money. Another strike in New York, just the thing we need in the waning hours of 1968. The searchlight is in place, sweeping up to that mammoth lighted ball atop what is now the Allied Chemical Tower. It's about 100 feet above the top of the building itself. And when that ball descends, it touches on 1969, a big sign up there, and that means the year will be officially here. I might mention that New York's Mayor John Lindsay will join the traditional Times Square welcome to the new year tonight through a filmed message projected on the huge electronic screen overlooking Times Square, addressed to the thousands expected in the square from all parts of the nation, and they're there. For the moment of midnight, the message reads, "As mayor, I join my fellow New Yorkers in extending to you best wishes for peace, happiness, and prosperity in 1969. Now, it will flash across the screen at the precise moment of the arrival of the new year, signaled by the 22-foot-long digital clock below the screen. That clock is pulsed by signals transmitted by telephone lines from the U.S. Naval Observatory. The message concludes with an animated electronic simulation of the mayor's signature being written out. The final moments of 1968, and now there is a surge within the crowd right in front of us here. It's hard to tell what's going on, just a little late evening exuberance apparently. One fellow's holding up a sign that reads simply, "Aaron." They're here, and they want to let the world know that they're here and that they welcome what they hope will be a prosperous and happy new year just minutes from now, a little over 2 minutes as a matter of fact, before 1969 makes its appearance. Incidentally, the idea of midnight signaling the departure of a bearded old gentleman carrying a scythe and hourglass and the appearance of a chubby infant wearing a diaper began in Greek mythology. The Greek god Cronus, or Old Father Time, and the New Year baby may be as old as Father Time. During the ancient Greek festival of Dionysus, a baby was paraded as a symbol of rebirth. So, we are about to welcome a brand new year. We hope a good one for you and yours here in Times Square in New York City. It's been a very eventful year, 1968. The spectacular flight of Apollo 8, President Johnson's decision not to run again, the assassinations of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King, the release of the Pueblo crewmen, and now word came just hours ago that the Viet Cong have released 3 American prisoners in Vietnam. Good news to begin this new year. As the crowd surges forward to get a better look at that glowing ball atop the Allied Chemical Tower, let's bring in my colleague and veteran of many of these celebrations, Ben Grauer.
I'd say there are 75,000 people here, despite the rain and the sleet. Are the balls moving? It's starting to move. It's starting slowly. There's a flying skyrocket that's gone up. Someone sent up a Roman candle that's adding luster to the scene as the crowd picks up its scream of farewell to the old and hail to the new. A ball of fire has descended into the crowd. Someone shot off a rocket. and it's burning on the ground. I don't think anyone's going to be badly hurt. Maybe a little burn or two here and there. Just a sign of the expression of glory and joy and happiness to get rid of the old and greet the new with vigor. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 to go. 1969. Outpouring from 1,000,000 throats as they're saying goodbye to the old and now welcome to a new year of hope, to a new year of challenges for our nation and for the world. But these kids don't care for any of those abstractions. They're just glad to be here. In about 5 minutes, it's going to be deserted, but this is a typical New York greeting of New Year's Eve. There's the scene as 1969 is just 1 minute old.
Thank you, Ben Grauer. I might mention that flare you mentioned a few moments ago that dropped from several floors up into the crowd apparently hurt no one. Police quickly put it out as someone a little overly exuberant wanted to celebrate the incoming new year in a spectacular way. It is 1969. It is flashed in prominent numerals here on the Allied Chemical Tower in Times Square. The ball has dropped. A new year has begun. And we hope it will be a good new year for you. Thousands upon thousands of people in Times Square, as you can hear it. The rain has stopped. It's getting colder, but not to that exuberant crowd outside. This is Jim Harriet wishing you a happy, prosperous, and peaceful new year. Now we go to the Rainbow Grill here in New York City, where the New Christie Minstrels continue NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands.
This is Roger Bowman in the Rainbow Grill on the 65th floor of the RCA building on top of Radio City in New York. NBC Radio continues to bring the new year in with its great lineup of top music makers in the nation, starting 1969 with the New Christie Minstrels. And now here's Anchorman Fats Johnson to tell you about their program. Fats?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening. There's mass hysteria going on here, as you can hear. And we're going to try to do some tunes for you that we hope maybe you'll like. And we're going to start off with one featuring our banjo players. It's called Down the Ohio.
on the wire. You hear me talking, and though I'm bound to leave, it won't be long. Oh, coming home, I'm in town, having fun. Well, I used to ride a Van River Queen. Yes, and there's many a game of fortune that I have seen. Oh, now I once lost about $1 million, but I won it back again on the way from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. Mighty Mississippi, roll along, won't you roll along? Lazy river, sing your song. And it's the way, Dixie, steady as you go. Bring it down on your way down to the Gulf, my honey. Down to the Gulf of Alabama. Down to the Gulf of Mexico. One more time. On your way down to the Gulf, my honey. Down to the Gulf of Alabama. Down to the Gulf of Mexico. I think we better do it one more time. On your way down to the Gulf, my honey. Way down to the Gulf of Alabama. Down to the Gulf of Mexico. Mexico. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to do a song for you now that you might be familiar with about one of our very favorite times of the week. This doesn't happen to be yet, but boy, I'll tell you, we're having a really fantastic time here tonight. People are hanging from the rafters and everything else. This is a song you may be familiar with. And if you care to join in on the chorus on this one, don't, because you might just mess it all up. Saturday night, we all get together on a Saturday night. Put on your shoes and go downtown. Do nothing but walk around on a Sunday or a Monday. You can't do it right. Ain't you glad we got Saturday night?
Early in the morning, all week long, I sit on my stoop and I sing my little song. I cry in my pillow when things go wrong.
Just waiting for a Saturday night. Let me tell you about a Saturday night. Saturday night, we all get together on a Saturday night. Look at the girls and what do? We turn around and see if they're looking too. On a Sunday or a Monday, you can't do it right. Ain't you glad we got Saturday night? Well, let me tell you now, the old timers at the country store say the young people ain't like they were before. They're going to the dogs, and you can see it more and more, especially on a Saturday night.
Saturday evening when the work's all done, come on along and we'll have a little fun now. We're kind of quiet and kind of homespun,
But we're wild on a Saturday night. Easy now. Saturday night, we all get together on a Saturday night. Yeah. I'll pick it up now. Ain't you glad we got Saturday night? Oh, Saturday night, we all get together on a Saturday night. We'll do things you've never seen. We ain't coming home until 12:15. On a Sunday or a Monday, you can't do it right. Ain't you glad we got Saturday night? Ain't you glad we got Saturday night? Green, green on a Saturday night. Ain't you glad we got Saturday night? Ho! Thank you very, very much. We'd like to do a song for you now that is very, very important to us. It's a song that we performed all over the entire world, and it has to do with a little situation that we get involved in about 200 times a year. We play about that many colleges and universities. It seems like every show we get young people that ask us why we don't do protest songs. And we don't do protest songs for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're not mad at anybody. And I think most important, we're really tired seeing people in dirty clothes singing about hard work they've never done and wars they've never fought in. And we'd like to ask, thank you. We'd like to ask each and every one of you here tonight at the Rainbow Grill, and you people out there all over the country, to sing along with us on this song. We've kind of adopted this as our very own New Christy Minstrel national anthem, and we performed it all over the world, and the response was fantastic. If you don't know the lyrics, just jump right in there the second time around, singing along with us from the bottom of your hearts. We want to raise the roof right off this place. You all ready? Here we go. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. I roamed and rambled, my footsteps led me. I was like Santa, your diamond desert, and all around me, a voice is called. This land was made for you and me. Come on, let me hear ya. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. The sun was shining as I was strolling, going through Wayland, and as my rolling, all with legend, all voices calling. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me.
Thank you, Fats. A reminder and a thank you. This portion of the NBC New Year's Eve celebration is being presented to the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. And remember, later tonight you'll hear the Herbie Mann Octet, Les Brown, and Duke Ellington from Houston, Texas, and many, many more. All yours, Fats.
Oh, thank you very, very much. Tell you what, let's do. Anything at all you'd like to hear now, gang? Anybody? Okay. Tell me something quick. All right. La Cucaracha. Oh, I see. Okay. So thanks a lot, gang, but we've got it worked out for the radio show, too. I'll tell you what, let's do. We've had a real good time entertaining you here tonight at the Rainbow Grill. And you've been so very nice. We'd like to say, if you really like us, remember we were the New Christy Minstrels. If you didn't like it, we were the King family. And you've been so nice. We'd like to introduce the guys to you. We'd like you to know who we are. On my far right, from Chicago, Illinois, Mr. Rick Hansen. From New Orleans, Louisiana, Mr. Bruce Bermudez. From Dallas, Texas, Mr. Randy Tallman. And our lovely lady from Los Angeles, California, Mighty Mike Ellen Whalen. And the other half of our dynamic duo from San Diego, California, beautiful Carol Kimsey. And ladies and gentlemen, the success story of the year. A young man that grew up right here in New York City. Your own Joe Travis. And on the bass fiddle from Jackson, Mississippi, Bill Hurd. And spread out in the middle from his mother, Fats Johnson. Thank you very much. You've been so great tonight.
We want y'all to join us on this next one. Stomping your feet and clapping your hands and singing it out. I know y'all, I'm from Los Angeles. All right, we want y'all to get with us. Come on, everybody moving and grooving. Here we go. Oh, we're not going to start now. You're all getting it. Come on, everybody. All you people out there in radio land, let me hear you. Here we go. I know y'all know the song. We need your help now. Here we go one time. Are you ready? Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Oh, Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Oh, sister, help me on my way. Hallelujah. Well, I want to be there on Judgment Day. Hallelujah. Oh, Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah.
Michael's boat is a swinging boat. Hallelujah. Michael's crew wishes everyone a very happy New Year.
Oh, Michael Rowe, come on, let me hear it. Shore. Hallelujah. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Michael uses ivory soap. Hallelujah. That's how he keeps his boat afloat. Hallelujah. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Hallelujah. Oh, Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Michael Rowe, you go to shore. Keep on traveling that muddy road to freedom. Follow the drink and go.
We believe that today, freedom is everybody's business. This particular song has been historically associated with freedom. In the days of the Civil War, when the slaves traveled the route of the Underground Railroad, they followed a system of signs, landmarks, and byways in their escape to freedom. One of the most important of these was the Big Dipper and the North Star. But they didn't call it the Big Dipper. They called it the Drinking Gourd.
Think I heard the angels saying, follow the drinking gourd. Stars in the heaven gonna show the way. Follow the drinking
Step by step, keep traveling on. Follow the drinking gourd. Sleep in the holler till daylight is gone, and follow the drinking tide. Follow the drinking tide. Follow the drinking tide. Keep on traveling that muddy road to freedom. Follow the drinking tide. There's a new day dawning. It won't be long. Follow the drinking tide. All God's children gonna sing that song. Follow the drinking tide. Follow that river, ho, till the clouds roll by, ho. Follow the drinking tide. Keep on moving, better look to that sky and follow the drinking
This is Roger Bowman at the Rainbow Grill in New York saying goodbye to the New Christie Minstrels with their rousing songs of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. NBC Radio News will follow in 1 minute, after which NBC Radio's All-Star Parade of Bands will continue bringing the new year in with the music of the Herbie Mann Octet and the BBK Quintet from New York City on the NBC Radio Network.
Mrs. J has 2 children, 5 and 7, and a husband dying of cancer. Community Service Society, the agent that helps troubled families to help themselves, helped Mrs. J. No one could save Mr. J's life, but CSS helped Mrs. J to accept the inevitable, to reassure her frightened children, to plan for the future. CSS helped Mrs. J to prepare for a job and to arrange for the care of her children when she will be at work. Mrs. J's story is not unique. Each year, thousands of frightened, desperate, troubled people turn to CSS for help and find it. CSS family counselors help families torn by marital strife. They help disturbed youngsters and lonely old people. They help the sick, the lost, and the despairing. But CSS can't do it alone. It needs your help. Won't you help CSS today by sending a check to CSS, New York 10010?
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio News. Here's Bill Fitzgerald.
The Viet Cong released 3 American prisoners of war New Year's morning, Vietnam time. The U.S. soldiers were identified as Specialist 4th Class James Brigham of Ocala, Florida, and Thomas Jones of Linville, Indiana, along with Private 1st Class Donald Smith of Akron, Pennsylvania. The 3 U.S. soldiers, all captured last year, were handed over to a team of 5 American officers on a riverbank 50 miles northwest of Saigon. All 3 of the American prisoners were reported to be in good physical condition. The release came after the U.S. negotiating team bargained for less than 2 hours with 5 Viet Cong agents at the prearranged site. The communists called for the meeting after a similar bargaining session failed on Christmas Day. Following their release, the 3 American soldiers were flown to the 24th Evacuation Hospital a few miles from Saigon. They expressed happiness over their freedom but refused to answer any questions. NBC News has talked to Mrs. Mary Brigham, mother of one of the men freed by the Viet Cong.
I just received word. Oh, I'm so happy. This is the best thing could ever happen to me. I'm just so glad he's released. I'm so thankful for it. I don't know when he'll be coming home.
The United Nations Security Council unanimously condemned Israel today for her reprisal attack on the Beirut, Lebanon airport. Israel immediately rejected the resolution, called it a violation of the UN Charter, and therefore inapplicable. The United States Ambassador, J.R. Wiggins, toned down America's stand on the condemnation. Wiggins objected to what he called the sweeping generalizations, crude denunciations, and the reckless attack on Israel. Said the U.S. Ambassador, Israel is not on trial here for its life and is not being asked by the United Nations to defend its right to exist. The UN resolution said Lebanon was entitled to reparations for damages suffered during the Israeli raid of last Saturday, but the resolution carefully avoided mentioning any specific amount. Shortly after the Security Council took its action against Israel, officials in Tel Aviv claimed that Arab guerrillas fired rockets into an Israeli town near the Lebanese border tonight. An Israeli spokesman says 3 persons were killed in the New Year's Eve attack, and Lebanon denied the charge, said it was manufactured to justify a buildup of Israeli forces along the Lebanese border. President Johnson sent messages to both the House and the Senate tonight. He advised congressional leaders that he would not be making any tax changes during his final 20 days in office. Congress had set a deadline of midnight Tuesday for the president to submit proposed tax revisions, including the 10% income surtax. Mr. Johnson said any tax reforms suggested by the Treasury Department would be up to the incoming Nixon administration. Once again, the hour's top story. The Viet Cong has released 3 American prisoners of war. The U.S. soldiers were handed over to an American negotiating team New Year's morning in Saigon at a prearranged site. All 3 of the Americans are reported to be in good physical condition. Bill Fitzgerald, NBC News, New York.
This has been NBC Radio News. Stay tuned for the next NBC Radio News.
Hi, this is Charlie Brown. Do you know how much unsuspecting arthritis victims threw away last year on quack and misrepresented drugs and remedies? $350 million. But the loss in dollars is only part of the story. The real tragedy is in the valuable time lost. Time so critical in the prevention of the needless suffering and crippling that arthritis can bring. Don't you be fooled by quacks promising surefire cures for arthritis. The irreparable damage they may cause is more than you bargained for. If you have any questions about the general treatment of arthritis or a specific drug that you've heard about, call the New York chapter of the Arthritis Foundation at 677-5790 or write 221 Park Avenue South, New York, New York, 10003. Get the facts and join the fight to stamp out arthritis quackery.
This is WNBC FM in New York.
I'm on. Thank you very much. NBC Radio continues its New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Band celebration with the Herbie Mann Octet and B.B. King and his quintet from the Village Gate in New York City. And it's coming to you live from Art DeLugoff's Village Gate through the courtesy of NBC. I'm your announcer, Fred Facey. I'll be here for about 23 minutes or so. All the boys are getting... I think they're all set to go. Here is Herbie Mann and the Octet. Let's go! Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the music of Herbie Mann and his octet. And it's all coming to you live from New York City, from Art de Lugos. I see him sitting over there, Village Gate. Great show, friends. This is the place where you hear such stalwarts as Bill Evans, Ahmad Jamal, B.B. King, Oscar Peterson and the Trio, and me, Fred Facey. Later tonight, NBC Radio will skip across the country, and we're going to Hollywood for Lawrence Welk and his orchestra. I'm sorry you won't be able to hear it. I'm speaking to our audience here at the Village Gate. But then we'll also have to Houston for Les Brown and Duke Ellington, Chicago for the Kirby Stone Company, and of course to Las Vegas. That's a place I'd like to be, where we'll hear Harry James and his orchestra. Right now, it's only music by Herbie Mann and the Octet. I want to ask you one question, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't this the warmest place in town? I'd like you to answer me and answer our audience across the country. Isn't this the warmest place in town? What do you say? Hey, I'd like to let you know that we'd like to wish our audience across the country a Happy New Year. How about that, friends? Happy New Year. Yes, it's coming to you live from the Village Gate in New York City. And by the way, anytime you hop over to New York, there's one place that you've got to visit, and that's the Village Gate. Because this is the place you hear the greatest jazz. And I was just made to understand that this is the only place that has recorded about 150 albums, jazz albums. I don't think any other place in the world or in the country has ever done this. However, we're going to hear from B.B. King, and it's all coming to you live from New York City. Again, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, you'll hear, as the boys come up, Duke Ellington and the orchestra. And this will come to you from Houston's Astrodome. Now, let's hear a grand applause for B.B. King.
When you see me working, and it's you I hate to lose. Oh, nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Yes, nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Speaking of worries and trouble, darling, you know I've had my share. jealous when we're apart. Oh, I say you're evil. You're so evil when I'm with you, baby, and you are jealous when we're apart. How blue can you get, baby? The answer's right here in my heart. I gave you a brand new Ford, but you said I want a Cadillac. I bought you a $10 dinner, and you said thanks for the snack. I let you live in my penthouse. You said it was just a shack. I gave you 7 children, and now you want to give them back. Yes, I've been honest, baby. Every sister baby, I say, oh, but love is nothing but the blues. Baby, how blue can you? You act like you don't want to listen when I talk to you. You think you ought to do, baby, anything you want to do, but you gotta be crazy, baby. You just gotta be out of your mind. As long as I'm footing the bill, I'm paying the cost, the bill off. I'll drink if I wanna and play a little poker too, and I don't want you saying nothing as long as I'm taking care of you, as long as I'm working, baby, and as long as I'm paying the bills. I don't want no mouth from you about the way I'm supposed to live. You gotta be crazy, baby. You just gotta be out of your mind. As long as I'm paying the bills, I'm paying the cost, the bills off. You act like you ashamed. You don't act like my woman. You're just using my name. But I tell you, I'm gonna handle my money, and I don't want no back talk. You don't like what I'm doing? Pick up your things and roll. You gotta be sorry, baby. Yes. The fabulous B.B. King. And you're listening to it from Art DeLugas Village Gate in the heart of the greatest city in the world, New York. I was just told, ladies and gentlemen, that B.B. will be back in June. So if you haven't had enough of him, come back in June and he'll tell it. This portion of NBC's New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. Play it, B.B. Duke Ellington and the orchestra from the Astrodome in Houston, Texas. Next,
on this New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands. Live from Art DeLugoff's Village Gate in New York City, I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. And let's hear it from the audience here. Happy New Year! Our engineer tonight was Peter Bernstock. Our director, Bob Sussman. Your announcer, Fred Facey. All on the NBC Radio Network. Sorry, baby, but you gotta stay. You gotta stay on. Everybody is clamoring for you. So, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This is titled Sweet 16, and I know we have a lot of 16s in the house tonight. Sweet 16, that is. I think I'm about the oldest thing in here tonight.
Do you borrow money to finance gambling? Gamblers Anonymous has helped literally hundreds who had a gambling problem to return to normal, happy lives. There are no dues or fees for membership, only a desire to stop gambling. In Gamblers Anonymous, compulsive gambling is treated as an illness, not a malicious vice. Many problem gamblers who previously tried to stop by themselves and failed have found the necessary strength through the fellowship of Gamblers Anonymous. It offers wonderful help back to honest living and away from the turmoil and nightmare of compulsive gambling. This self-destructive addiction has proven to be a progressive illness. If you are one of the estimated 6 million Americans suffering from this problem, act now by calling Gamblers Anonymous at Murray Hill 97500. Don't gamble with your life. The stakes are too high.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio continues its all-star parade of bands celebration across the nation with the music of the great Duke Ellington and his band. Hi, this is KPRC's Tim Nolan speaking from Houston's Astro Hall in the shadow of the eighth wonder of the world, Houston's Astrodome, and we're about 5 minutes away from welcoming in the new year here in Texas with Duke Ellington and his great band. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen all across the nation,
thank you.
The great Duke Ellington, may I welcome you to Houston, Duke.
Thank you very much, Tim.
What are we going to do for our first
We're going to dedicate it to all these beautiful people, fat and tall.
Hey! the Astro Hall here in Houston, Texas, in the shadow of the eighth wonder of the world, the Astrodome, to wish you and all of yours all across the nation, I would like to introduce the major domo of Astro World, the Astrodome and Astro Hall, Judge Roy Hopkins, to wish the entire United States a Happy New Year. Judge?
Thank you, Tim. From everybody down in Texas, where tonight we have thousands assembled here in the Astro Hall for what will be the largest New Year's party in America, and will continue to be that for succeeding years. May I, on behalf of everybody in Texas, wish you a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year! Trish Turner and Stoney Watkins, the Groovy Kids, the Cool and Groovy Kids.
To Texas, Happy New Year. Some 25,000 people gathered at the biggest New Year's Eve party in the world. Now back to the music of Duke and his great band.
Like the ultra aristocracy. If you want to be the B2B, be cool and groove for me.
If you want to, you may be.
When you're lucky and you want to free, pretty you may X, Y, Z, be cool and groove for me. We'll jump the high. The streets of a merry-go-round.
If you want to be a downtown funny on a soul kick thing, just be careful not to flip your lid. Be cool and groovy for me.
On a soul kick bed, just be careful not to flip your lid, or be cool. Lord, and groovy for me, be cool. Hey, and groovy for me, be cool.
Yeah. That's Trish Turner, Stoney Watkins, Cool and Groovy for me. And now, Johnny Hodges will sustain the Cool and Groovy with a prelude to A Kiss.
Ellington Band here from Astro Hall in Houston. Things ain't what they used to be.
In the Jam with Sam from Willie Cook to Cat Anderson. Go. From New York City. Chicago. Anderson.
and gentlemen, from stage number 2 here at Astro Hall, thanks to the music of the great Duke Ellington and his band. Our Astro Ball continues with the music of a really great group. And here now are the New Ideas.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But I'd like to get to know you. Yes, I would. But I'd like to get to know you. If I could. But I'd like to get to know you. Finally I found, searching all around, just was not the answer. One I thought was true, looked a bit like you, I figured I might chance her. But I'd like to get to know you. Yes, I would. But I'd like to get to know you. If I could. But I'd like to get to know you.
Well, it's been some time, and I guess that I'm just meant to be a rover.
But I'd like to get to know you. Yes, I would. But I'd like to get to know you. If I could.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh. You know, when we were in college, folk songs and hootenannies were the thing. And we kind of wondered about hootenannies and folk songs in other lands. Take Latin America, for instance. Over there, they would do a folk song to a bossa nova beat. So here you have the Going Things version of a bossa nova hootenanny, or as we call it, a bossa nova. I heard a song with an old-time rhythm
a singer sang, and I sang it with him. I changed the words, then I changed the rhythm, and here is the way the song sounds. Green sleeves and the bossa nova belong together like peas and clover. Green sleeves and the bossa nova was love on the very first time. Oh, my darling Clementine, bossa nova Clementine, darling, you were lost and gone forever. That's a bossa nova, please. Kink-a-ching, 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 kink-a-ching. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me, 'cause I'm going to Tijuana, where the love is always free.
With a dame, the relationship wasn't the same. Frank found that Johnny, her lover, was fooling around the undercover, and all she said when she discovered was, "Oi, oi!" Old Rodriguez had a ball. Oh, bossa nova style. Hey, we have a song. Bossa nova style. And chickens till it fell into the river with piranha fish. Oh, Rodriguez lost his arm. Bossa nova style. Now we sung our bossa nova. It was fun, but now it's over, friend. Nearly gone, so move it over, friend. Bravo, is that the motto? Stay with, play with, night and gay with. We're sure that you'll see folk songs and the bossa nova make a real bossa nova. Folk songs and the bossa nova agree.
You've been listening to Duke Ellington's band and Go and Spin on this New Year's 1969. Stay tuned for the Kirby Stone Company from Chicago next on NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands. And then we'll be back in Houston's Astrodome for the continuing New Year's dance party with the danceable music of Les Brown and renowned. This is KPRC's Tim Nolan with engineer Bob Green and Obie Johnson and all of us from Houston wishing you and yours a very happy New Year. This portion of NBC's All-Star Dance Parade was presented to the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians.
The Kirby Stone Company next on NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands, followed by the great bands of Harry James, Lawrence Welk, and Les Brown, all on the NBC Radio Network.
WNBC FM, New York.
Do you borrow money to finance gambling? Gamblers Anonymous has helped literally hundreds who had a gambling problem to return to normal, happy lives. There are no dues or fees for membership, only a desire to stop gambling. In Gamblers Anonymous, compulsive gambling is treated as an illness, not a malicious vice. Many problem gamblers who previously tried to stop by themselves and failed have found the necessary strength through the fellowship of Gamblers Anonymous. It offers wonderful help back to honest living and away from the turmoil and nightmare of compulsive gambling. This self-destructive addiction has proven to be a progressive illness. If you are one of the estimated 6 million Americans suffering from this problem, act now by calling Gamblers Anonymous at Murray Hill 97500. Don't gamble with your life. The stakes are too high.
NBC Radio continues its New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands, celebrating with the Kirby Stone Company from the London House in Chicago.
Simply mystifies me. Oh, tell me, what can it be? You have the power to hypnotize me when I'm under your spell. You do that, you do so well, 'cause you do something to me that nobody else can do. Bidoo-wop, bidoo-doo-doo-bidoo-wop, blink, do-do-do-do-do-do-be-yabba-dabba-dab-yabba-dabba-dab. Something that simply mystifies me. Oh, tell me, what can it be? You have the power to hypnotize me when I'm under your spell. You do that, you do so well, 'cause you do something to me that nobody else can do. Bidoo-wop, bidoo-doo-doo-bidoo-wop, blink. Something to me. And when you shine those baby blues, I got to get my rocket shoes. We're gonna make some swinging news, because you and I will be together. You do something to me. And when you shine those baby blues, I got to get my rocket shoes. We're gonna make some swinging news, because you and I will be together. You do something to me. Because you and I will be together.
How about that? The Kirby Stone Four from the London House in Chicago. It's a cool 7 below zero in Chicago, and we've got a cold 23-mile-per-hour wind blowing in off Lake Michigan. But it's a warm, happy New Year to you from all the folks at the London House here in Chicago, where we're presenting the wonderful Kirby Stone Company, and it's an evening of fun from the world-famous Michigan Avenue at Wacker Drive. Promises of a great year are extended as Entertainment Plus is presented by Kirby Stone and Company. Jimmy Webb is responsible for this great one by the time we get to Phoenix.
By the time I get to Phoenix, she'll be rising. She'll find the notes I left hanging on her door. And she'll laugh when she reads the part that says I'm leaving, 'cause I left that girl so many times before. By the time I leave Albuquerque, she'll be telephone call. But you just telephone, keep on ringing off the wall. That's all. She'll be sleeping. She'll turn softly and call my name out low. And she'll cry to think that I could really leave her. Though time and time I tried to tell her so, she just didn't know I would really go.
By the time I get to Phoenix. I think most of us associate the name Kirby Stone with the Kirby Stone 4. It seems that you've multiplied here, Kirby.
Yes, we did. Actually, we disorganized. At least I left the Kirby Stone 4 several months ago in order to utilize the talents of these fine youngsters you see here. The average age is about 23. And a lot of the folks around the country, some of the adults that feel that the youngsters don't have anything to say musically are very, very wrong. So it's quite a nice thing to be able to present all these youngsters, Floyd. It really is a kick.
The average age is about 23. We have about, what, 8 or 9 people on the stage here, Kirby?
No, there are 8 altogether, 8 total.
8 people on stage, and they all do different things, right?
You're speaking musically.
Oh, musically, of course.
Well, yeah.
The average age will be 18.
Yes, it's actually everybody has something else to present. One of the problems in doing a show or a floor show is you're limited to about 40 minutes. And, well, Lee, who plays all the high notes on a trumpet, or Gene, can do 40 minutes on their own, so it's kind of, kind of a tough thing to do.
Marvelous. For our vast NBC audience that is listening to us all across the nation now, Kirby, why don't you tell them just who you have in the group, and then introduce the next song that they're going to do for us.
All right, fine. Actually, perhaps one at a time might even be better. I mentioned Gene, I mentioned Lee. Right now, we'd like to introduce all you folks here at the London House and across the country to Andy Michelin at the piano. Andy's from Dallas, Texas, and he's very unique in the fact that he's standing right now. Andy is very different. He's a little Texan, but if you want to hear some fine jazz, listen to this Beatles tune called I Get By With a Little Help From My Friends. Go, Andy.
3, 4.
I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. Try with a little help
from my friends.
Andy Michelin, ladies and gentlemen.
That's some kind of a piano player you have there, Kirby. It seems like he had a little help, too.
Yeah, that's he did have a little help. Why I mentioned that it might be more preferable not to introduce all the guys at once is right now we'd like to have you meet Lee Raymond, who has been playing for the folks all evening, as have all the guys. And he does a very remarkable job on a song that came from the book and the picture, Exodus. The title, of course, is also Exodus, Floyd.
Beautiful. Lee Raymond. You're listening to the All-Star Parade of Bands over the NBC Radio Network. We're coming to you from Chicago, Illinois, the world-famous London House, where we're meeting the various members of the Kirby Stone Band. We just met Lee Raymond. Kirby, who is our privilege to meet next?
Well, I don't know. This is my turn, I figured.
I think you deserve one.
Yeah, this is kind of a dedicatory piece to anybody you don't particularly dig. It goes like this. Everybody has the right to be wrong, at least once. Everybody has the right to be dunce, like once. Like not being too smart is no disgrace. What sets you apart is smiling with egg on your face. I do that a lot. It's not smart to bet your heart that you'll win when you won't. Only fools go walking on thin ice. Twice you and life can skip the strife and you'll both get along. 'Cause all it takes is simply saying you're wrong when you're wrong. And everybody has the right to be wrong. I tell you, it's not class to bet your life that you'll win when you won't. Even Rockefeller called for price. Twice you and life can skip the strife and you both get along. 'Cause all it takes is simply saying you're wrong when you're wrong. And everybody has the right to be. It can be a real delight to be. Fight, fight, fight for the right to be wrong. Bum, bum, bum. There you go.
Kirby Stone, everybody has the right to be wrong. Well, Kirby, it's already New Year's in New York. It's New Year's in Chicago, as a matter of fact, but I still don't think it's too late for us to do a thing about Broadway, do you?
Hey, that'd be a good idea. As a matter of fact, I kind of forgot that we listed this, but it's something that incorporates the talents of everybody. And as you mentioned before, the young lady that sings with our group, Floyd, her name is Kim Carmichael. She's from the coast. The tall, good-looking chap, which is to indicate there's only one. That's David Grant, also from Los Angeles. Gene Lorenzo is from Boston, Massachusetts, and Gene is very unique. He's half Italian, half Jewish, which makes him a Bago. You don't get too many, you really don't get a lot of those. At the drums is Buddy Charles from Canton, Ohio, now from Las Vegas, where he is a known car thief. We'd also...
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, I guess you're right. On the bass, and a terribly funny guy, whom I hope everybody gets to meet sooner or later, is Jimmy Martinez from New York City. You already met Andy Michelin. And let's see, that's about it. That about covers it.
I wonder if we could get a round of applause for these
for all
wonderful
the
people
kids.
who are entertaining you here, huh? The marvelous Kirby Stone Company. And what about Kirby Stone himself? A great entertainer, huh?
Here's a lullaby of Broadway for you.
Lullaby, lullaby, pretty lullaby, 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 pretty lullaby. Come on along and listen to lullaby of Broadway. The hip hooray and ballyhoo, lullaby of Broadway. The band begins to go to town and everyone goes crazy. You rock by your baby round till everything gets hazy. Hush, I'll buy you this and that. You hear the sugar daddy say. And baby goes home to her flat to sleep all day. Barely gets sleep so you can look pretty when you wake up in the evening. Gotta be when you got dinner at 7 with a big spender. The milkman's on his way. Dreaming of a diamond like the rock of your wonderland. A million every side on a trip to the altar goes honeymoon to Paris of the best of her wife. Let's call it a day. Go! Hey, do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah, do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah. Ow! Hey, do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah. Lullaby Broadway. Do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah, do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah. Ow! Hey, do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-you-ah. Lullaby Broadway. Lullaby, 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 lullaby. Better get sleep so you can look pretty when you wake up in the evening. Gotta be with you, gotta get it at 7 with a big spender. The milkman's on his way. Dreaming of a diamond like the rock of Gibraltar, and you're melting every side on a trip to the altar, going to honeymoon to Paris of the rest of the life. Let's call it a day. Come on along and listen to the pretty lullaby of old. Lullaby, 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 lullaby. You do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, you are do-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, Broadway.
Lullaby of Broadway. Thank you so much, Kirby. You know, it's one thing about the songs that are presented by the Kirby Stone Company, as we have to call them now, because it is a huge group. But nevertheless, they are infectious, and that they cause you to sing along with them. They kind of make you want to hum along. I can't help it when I get up here. Do you feel the same way? Isn't he great? Yeah, it kind of makes you want to go along.
Groovy.
Maybe you have something else that you would like to bring back a memory or two with us, with Kirby?
I'll tell you, if you don't mind, I think I'm going to switch the lineup now and have the folks meet David Grant and Kim Carmichael. A very, very pretty song. This is also written by one of the new writers, and it's gotten just so much play to be ashamed to leave it out. As a matter of fact, you kids don't mind if I dedicate this to Mike and Grady, do you?
Not at all.
All right, groovy. This one is called Green Apples.
When I wake up in the morning, with my head on her mind, she says hi. Hi. And I stumble to the breakfast table while the kids are going off to school. Goodbye.
So I reach out and take his hand and say, how you feeling,
And I look across the smiling lips that warm my heart and see my morning sun. And I bet he's loving me. Then all I've got to say, got to make a little green apples that don't rain and ended up since summertime. There's no such thing as Dr. Seuss, Disneyland and Mother Goose, no nursery rhymes. God did make a little green apples that don't rain and ended up since summertime. And when my silk is driven low, I think about her face, the glow that eases my mind. Now sometimes I call her up at home, knowing she's busy, and I ask if she could get away and maybe meet me.
So I drop what I'm doing and hurry down to meet him, and he's always late.
But she says
sit sweating patiently. She smiles when she sees me. She's made that way. And if that ain't loving me, then all I've got to say, God didn't make a little green apples and it don't rain in Indian Oaks in the summertime. There's no such thing as Dr. Seuss, Disneyland, and Mother Goose, no nursery rhymes. God didn't make a little green apples and it don't rain in Indian Oaks in the summertime. And when my soul's feeling low, I think about a place to go. It eases my mind. God didn't make a little green apples, it don't rain in Indian Oaks in the summertime. There's no such thing as Dr. Seuss, Disneyland, and Mother Goose, no nursery rhymes. God didn't make a little green apples, it don't rain in Indian Oaks in the summertime. When myself is feeling low, I think about her face aglow. It eases my mind.
Baubles, bangles, hear how they ring, jingling the baubles, bangles, bright shiny beads, sparkles, spangles, her heart will ring, jingling wearing baubles, bangles and beads, she'll glitter and gleam, so make somebody dream, so that someday I may buy her a ring, jingling I heard. That's where it leads when you wear baubles, bangles, bright shiny beads.
Still to come on the All-Star Parade of Bands, Harry James, Lawrence Welk, Ronnie Cole, and Pete Fountain. You've been listening to Kirby Stone and Company from the world-famous London House in Chicago, Illinois, on the All-Star Parade of Bands. This portion of NBC's New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. Continue to ring in the new year with NBC Radio. Next, NBC Radio News, followed by Les Brown and his band of renown from the NBC Radio Network.
How about a nice thank you for Floyd Brown from NBC? Come on, everybody. A great big one. Yay, Floyd.
Hi, this is Charlie Brown. Goodwill is successful in rehabilitating handicapped people because of teamwork. All the staff and employees join forces to make each person feel welcome and help him learn new skills and develop good work habits. The newcomer quickly discovers he's treated as an individual and is welcome to participate in activities and take advantage of the many services available to Goodwill workers. Parties and trips planned by the Employees Club add to his social opportunities. The new handicapped worker develops self-confidence as he discovers that Goodwill is helping him to learn a skill and broaden his life. Goodwill's goal for each disabled person is to help that individual live as complete a life as possible. But Goodwill Industries needs you on its team, too. Goodwill's whole program for the handicapped depends on your donations and support.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio News on the hour. Here's Bill Fitzgerald.
The Viet Cong have kept their word this time. They have released 3 American prisoners of war captured last year. The U.S. soldiers were turned over to 5 American officers New Year's morning on a riverbank 50 miles northwest of Saigon. The freedmen are identified as Specialist 4th Class James Brigham of Ocala, Florida, and Thomas Jones of Linville, Indiana. The 3rd soldier is Private 1st Class Donald Smith of Akron, Pennsylvania. All 3 of the men are reported to be in good physical condition. The release came after the American negotiating team bargained for less than 2 hours with 5 Viet Cong agents at the prearranged site. Bargained for less than 2 hours with 5 Viet Cong agents at the prearranged site. The communists called for the meeting after a similar bargaining session failed on Christmas Day. The freed Americans are now in a military hospital near Saigon. All of them expressed happiness over their freedom, as did their families here in the United States. The men are expected to leave for home in the very near future. Israel claims that Arab guerrillas fired rockets into an Israeli village on the Lebanese border New Year's Eve, killing 3 persons. Officials in Lebanon deny the charge, say that it was manufactured to justify a buildup of Israeli forces on the frontier. Earlier Tuesday night, the UN Security Council unanimously condemned Israel for her attack on the Beirut airport last Saturday. Israel promptly rejected the resolution, said it violated the UN Charter and thus was worthless. The Security Council stipulated that Lebanon was entitled to reparations for losses suffered in the attack, but it failed to name any specific amount. In Cleveland, Joseph Hayek, president of the North American Arab Federation, commented on the Security Council action.
Well, I was most certainly pleased and surprised to see the United Nations, for the first time in its history, take a stand of a positive stand of this nature. I would have liked to see the United Nations respect itself a little more by taking a full action. I think political and diplomatic sanction should have been the answer to the brutal attack of Israel.
President-elect Nixon is in Los Angeles to attend the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day. On the flight from Florida, Mr. Nixon told newsmen he will name 3 or 4 top deputies to Secretary of State designate William Rogers on Saturday. At the same time, there are reports that the Attorney General of Massachusetts, Elliot Richardson, will get the number 2 post in the State Department. Informed sources say Richardson will be named Under-Secretary of State to serve with Rogers. President Johnson advised Congress New Year's Eve that he plans no recommendations for tax changes during the remaining days of his administration. The details in this report from Carl Stern with the presidential party in Texas.
In the final hours of 1968, President Johnson disposed of one last piece of business, discovering the luxury of being able to pass the buck to an incoming president. When Congress enacted the tax surcharge last spring, it ordered a comprehensive reworking of tax policy to be submitted by the 31st of December. However, after last-minute conferences at the ranch with Treasury Secretary-designate David Kennedy and by phone with congressional leaders, the president announced any revisions in the way Americans are taxed would come from the Nixon administration, since it is Mr. Nixon who will have to live with any changes. With that, the president put aside affairs of state for a private New Year's Day with Mrs. Johnson. It was conceded, however, the president would take some time to work on the State of the Union message, which he is considering delivering live to Congress. That has never been done by an outgoing president, since it might steal the thunder of the new president. But on that, Mr. Johnson has not yet indicated he will defer to Mr. Nixon. Carl Stern, NBC News, with the president in Texas.
An Air Force T-39 jet trainer crashed tonight near Langley Field, Virginia. 6 airmen died in the accident. The 2-man crew and 4 other servicemen who were hitchhiking a ride. The plane was on its final approach to Langley Field when it crashed in a wooded area. Officials say the aircraft was returning to its home base from a flight to Homestead Air Force Base in Florida. President Johnson will honor the 3 Apollo astronauts and their families at the White House ceremony January 9th. The president will award the spacemen NASA's highest award, its Distinguished Service Medal. In New York tonight, Governor Rockefeller announced the astronauts have accepted an invitation to come to the city on January 10th. They will take part in what is called a day of special observance. And Mayor Lindsay says this will include a ticker tape parade through the city streets and a welcoming ceremony at City Hall. Once again, the hour's top story: the Viet Cong released 3 American prisoners of war New Year's morning near Saigon. All 3 of the U.S. soldiers are reported to be in good physical condition. They were handed over to a U.S. negotiating team on a riverbank 50 miles from Saigon following a 2-hour bargaining session. Bill Fitzgerald, NBC News, New York.
This has been NBC Radio News.
From Houston's Astro Hall. This is KPRC's Tim Nolan as NBC Radio continues its All-Star Parade of Band celebration with the music of the nation's most traveling band, having just returned from Vietnam, Les Brown and his Band of Renown. Great to have you all here with us on the NBC Radio Network. Great to say welcome back. Let me give you a great big Houston welcome back to the United States from your tour with Bob Hope in Vietnam, Les Brown.
Tim, it was sort of a rough tour, but we're happy to be back, and we're happy to be playing here for the people, the good people of Houston. Let's get on the way with Up, Up, and Away.
Up, Up, and Away. Brown, his band of renown. We've had many thousand requests for the next tune, which I think is probably one of the most recognizable by Les Brown. Sentimental Journey.
Yes, with Joanne Greer. Joanne Greer. Let's have this mic on.
Gonna take the best journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. Gonna make a sentimental journey to renew old memories. Got my bag, got my reservation. Spent each dime I could afford. Like a child, wild anticipation, long to hear that all aboard. 7 months the time we leave at 7. I'll be waiting up for heaven. Got every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart would be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gonna take a sentimental journey, sentimental journey home. Sentimental
Joanne. And our other part of the vocal segment, Butch Stone, that grand old man of vaudeville. That good man that's hard to find.
Now here's a story with a moral. All you girls should pay some mind. When you find a man worth keeping, be satisfied, huh? Make sure to treat him kind. 'Cause a good man is hard to find. You can always get the other kind. When you think you got a pal, you can find him messing around. Another gal, then you rave. You'll even start to crave to see him laying deep down in his grave. So if your man is nice, baby, take my advice. You better hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty loving, treat him right. 'Cause a good man nowadays is hard to find. I got a chick, yeah, about 6'2". That's a big broad. She never thought a midget like me would do. One fine day, she met some other cat. He took all her money, then left the flat. Now she's calling me on the phone. She said, baby, you better come on home all alone. But if I'm gonna go back to her grand shack, she's gotta hug me in the morning, Kiss me every night. Give me plenty loving. Treat me right. Cause a good man nowadays is hard to find. Now I went back. Yeah, but I told that gal now. I said then was then, woman. Now is now. You want me to stay? Then just 1 foot. Get a smile on your face and keep your big mouth shut. Yeah, we're back together. Everything's fine. Well, now she better not step on a line. And now she knows what to do when the day is through. She's gotta hug me in the AM, kiss me in the PM. Give me plenty loving with all her might. Cause a good man nowadays is hard to find.
Great 1 o'clock show.
From Houston's beautiful Astro Hall in the shadows of Houston's Astrodome, You've been listening to the really danceable music of Les Brown and his band of renown. This is KPRC's Tim Nolan, along with the Dean of the National League Baseball Engineers, Bob Green and Obie Johnson, wishing you and yours a happy and healthy new year, and reminding you to stay tuned for the great band of Harry James, Lawrence Welk, and Pete Fountain. Happy New Year from Houston. This portion of NBC's All-Star Parade was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Charlie Brown here with a special announcement from the Greater New York Fund to all working commuters. The fund, celebrating its 30th year, is appealing to suburbanites to make a contribution to help support 425 community services, which help nearly 4 million people annually. Although you live elsewhere, you're being asked because you have a vital stake in the city's well-being, because your contribution helps to maintain a favorable economic climate for business and industry and makes New York a better place in which to work. The commuter benefits from New York-based agencies because of special services not usually available in smaller communities, such as adoption services, care for physically handicapped, training schools for the deaf and blind, open heart surgery, and other varied and specialized skills. Commuters can assure the continuance of these vital services by giving where they work to the Greater New York Fund.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio News. Here's Bill Fitzgerald.
3 American prisoners of war have been set free by the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. The U.S. soldiers are identified as Specialist 4th Class James Brigham of Ocala, Florida, and Thomas Jones of Linville, Indiana, along with Private 1st Class Ronald Smith of Akron, Pennsylvania. All 3 of the men are reported to be in good physical condition. They were handed over to 5 American officers New Year's morning on a riverbank 50 miles northwest of Saigon. It was a prearranged site set up by the Viet Cong, and the American soldiers were given their freedom after the U.S. negotiating team bargained for less than 2 hours with the Communists. The meeting was called for by the Viet Cong after a similar session failed on Christmas Day. The released Americans are in an American hospital near Saigon and are expected to return to the United States in the near future. Israel charges that Arab guerrillas launched a rocket attack on an Israeli village New Year's Eve. An Israeli military spokesman says 3 persons were killed in the town near the Lebanese border. Lebanon denies the charge, says it was trumped up to justify a buildup of Israeli forces on the frontier. The UN Security Council passed a unanimous resolution Tuesday evening condemning Israel for her attack on the Beirut airport last Saturday. The resolution said Lebanon was entitled to reparations for losses suffered in the attack, but did not specify how much. Israel immediately rejected the Council's action, said the resolution was against the UN Charter and therefore was inapplicable. President Johnson sent letters to both houses of Congress tonight. He said he is planning no tax changes during the final 20 days of his administration. Mr. Johnson said any tax reforms, including the surtax on private incomes suggested by the Treasury Department, would be up to the incoming Nixon administration. Informed sources say the Attorney General of Massachusetts, Elliot Richardson, will be named Undersecretary of State in the Nixon administration. The president-elect is in California to attend the Rose Bowl game. Earlier, he told newsmen he would name 3 or 4 top deputies to serve with the incoming Secretary of State, William Rogers, on Saturday. Mr. Nixon mentioned no names. The outgoing chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Richard Russell of Georgia, has urged the United States to establish diplomatic relations with Red China. Russell said it will be to this nation's interest to appoint some kind of a minister to Communist China. He added, however, that he was not advocating UN membership for the Peking government at this time. And the new year is blowing in with a vengeance in a wide section of the country. Record cold temperatures are being recorded in parts of a vast triangle from Puget Sound to New England and southward to Texas. Once again, the hour's top story: 3 American prisoners of war have been released by the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. The U.S. soldiers were turned over to an American negotiating team on a riverbank near Saigon. The freedmen are said to be in good physical condition. Bill Fitzgerald, NBC News, New York.
This has been NBC Radio News. Stay tuned for the next NBC Radio News.
Remember the last time we were talking, I said I couldn't make it to church that Sunday because of one thing and another, and you said, how about 2 weeks from Sunday?
Oh, yeah.
And I said, 2 weeks? I never planned that far ahead. The whole world could blow up by then, and you said, that's right. Remember?
Uh-huh.
So anyhow, I've been thinking it over all this time, and I decided I was going to drop by church to just, see what's happening. I mean, what could it hurt,
Mm-hmm.
Well, but then I heard he was dead.
What?
I heard God is dead, so there wouldn't seem to be too much point in bothering.
You're pretty sure about that, are you, that God is dead?
Well, of course I'm sure. I mean, that's what people are saying. God is dead, and that's that. There's no point in pursuing it any further. I mean, fact is fact. If all the people who are smarter than I am say God is dead, then who am I to question it, right? I mean, there's just no point in questioning it.
Well, then why do you keep flipping through that Bible?
A message from the Protestant Council of the City of New York.
Don't tie up the mail. Keep it moving. Use zip code in every mailing address and your return address, too. You'll help yourself, your neighbors, and your post office.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio continues its New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands celebration across the nation. This is Jerry Roy welcoming you to the Frontier Hotel here in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada, for the music of Harry James and his orchestra. Harry James and the orchestra, with his familiar theme, Cheery Berry Bin, as we swing right into the opener, and Harry James plays Blue Skies. Say the very least, the excitement is growing here in the beautiful Circle F Theater of the Frontier Hotel as the clock ticks away the remaining minutes of 1968. And now, with less than 25 minutes before we ring in the new year here in the West, Harry James and his orchestra play Opus Number 1. the Harry James on the orchestra, right here at the Frontier Hotel on the fabulous Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, Harry, this is a big night, and 1969 is just around the corner.
Yeah, Jerry, and it's always a pleasure to be here in Las Vegas. This is our first broadcast in the Frontier Hotel here, and it really is wonderful. Everyone's having a wonderful time. It's been a wonderful year, and I think, well, if we're not careful, we're liable to be doing what we're going to play this next number. The title of it is Going Out of My Head. What do you think about that?
Well, all right, we're off and running. NBC Radio's All-Star Parade of Bands celebration across the nation. And you're listening to the great sounds of Harry James and the orchestra live from the Frontier Hotel here in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. Well, here's an oldie that'll bring back some memories for you. Lovely Joni O'Brien, and she sure is, joins the Harry James Orchestra as she sings, I'm Beginning to See the Light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. I used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. And then you came and you brought the spark that's a pouring on fire now. I never cared much for lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Oh, your daddy is rich and your ma is good looking. So you just hush, little baby, and now don't you cry. One of these mornings you are gonna rise up singing, and then you will spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. But until that morning, there is nothing can harm you. With your daddy and mammy, they are standing by. Yeah. When the living is easy, fish are jumping and the cotton grows high. Oh, your daddy is rich and your ma, she's good looking. So you just hush, little baby, and now don't you cry. Summertime when the living is easy. Fish are really jumping and the cotton grows high. Oh, your daddy is rich and your ma is good looking. So you just hush, little baby, and now don't you cry. Summertime.
Lovely Joni O'Brien. The Circle F Theater of the Frontier Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's all happening here with the music of Harry James, and now with less than 15 minutes away from the arrival of that new baby 1969. If nostalgia is what you're feeling, here's Harry James and You Made Me Love You. Made Me Love You Tonight. Harry James on the orchestra. Now we wail and really get going with the 2 o'clock jump. Harry? about the past 22 minutes. You've been listening to the music of Harry James and his orchestra. Stay tuned for Lawrence Welk and the Dixieland sounds of Pete Fountain from New Orleans. How about a final goodbye, Harry, to everybody?
Well, thank you very much, Jerry. We'd just like to say we've been featuring Sonny Payne at the drums along with all the other guys. A Merry Christmas, a good, happy New Year, and God bless you all. Thank you.
This portion of NBC's All-Star Parade was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. For now, this is Jerry Roy speaking for Harry James and everyone here in the Circle F Theater of the Frontier Hotel, wishing you a happy and joyous New Year from the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Continue to ring in the new year with the music of great bands on NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands. Lawrence Welk next on the NBC Radio Network.
Hi, this is Robert Goulet, and I want to talk to you about the National Association for Retarded Children and what it does. It is a research program that's trying to find causes of mental retardation so that it can be prevented. Example, NARC was instrumental in establishing the PKU test in newborn infants, and it continuously keeps you, the public, informed of all this research and the medical advances which help prevent mental retardation. NARC supports schools, daycare centers, and camps for the mentally retarded. Schools that have special programs to help them become productive citizens. NARC fights to see that private industry employs those mentally retarded who can work. Now, 1 million are now so employed, but 2 million more could be. There are 1,200 chapters of NARC spread across the United States, dedicated to this work. But you know, it all costs money. The National Association for Retarded Children asks you to support your local association. Please give now. Thank you.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio continues its New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands across the nation with champagne music of Lawrence Welk. Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for joining us. This is Ralph Fortner with a warm welcome, friendly welcome to the West Coast. Here in Southern California, we're celebrating the approach of the brand new year with champagne. Champagne music of Lawrence Welk and his famous orchestra. From the world-famous, beautiful Hollywood Palladium, in the heart of Hollywood, Sunset near Vine. Enthusiasm. We're about 240 seconds away from a brand new year. Lawrence Welk and Company, they're all ready to say it with music. cork our champagne opener. Time for one more selection in 1968, featuring Myron Florin, Lawrence Welk's right-hand man, with the most popular polka ever written, the Beer Barrel Polka. Song, which signifies the birth of a brand new year coming up as we have that famous countdown. Old Lang Syne. 3, 2, 1, everybody! Yes, indeed. 1969 has arrived in Southern California. And before we have our first musical selection, I'd like to bring to our NBC microphones the gentleman who is becoming more popular, looking more younger with each passing year, Lawrence Welk. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you. I hope you can hear us out there because we have really a happy crowd on hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been playing here at the Hollywood Palladium for many years. I truly believe this is the nicest, the happiest, the biggest audience we've ever had in our history of our band. I would like to bring you greetings from all of our champagne and music makers. A very wonderful, a very good new year to all of you folks. Now I'll turn you over to Ralph Portner. Thank you very much, Lawrence, and the honors. The first musical selection for 1969, and they're ready to swing out the High Tide Boogie. To a wonderful, beautiful, talented twosome, Sandy and Sally. We Can Fly.
How the fluffy clouds move by us. See how the morning mist can hide us away, and how the day is so much fun. Whoa, isn't it groovy in a daydream? Doesn't the day seem like it could never end? And so, my friend, we're one. Baby, it's funny how I can feel so sunny. When you're beside me, we can fly. Ah, we, Mr. Wind, just keep us sailing. High in the sky, there's no curtailing our fun. So everyone, come on. Hey, you in the crowd, take a look up and see what we found. Nothing to tie us. Bluebirds come up to guide us. When you're beside me, we can fly. Oh, we can fly. We can fly. Hey, everyone on the ground, let's fly.
Hollywood Palladium applause for Sandy Jensen, Sally Flynn. Now back to all the champagne music makers. Lawrence Welk and Company. You're just in love. selection, you're Justin Love, and in the background, Lawrence Welk and Bobby Burgess exchanging dances with lovely Sissy King. Now the pride of Jersey City, New Jersey, bubbling Bob Lito, his version of Maine.
You coax the blues right out of the horn, Maine. You charm the husk right off of the corn, Maine. You got the banjo strumming and plucking out a tune to beat the band. You got the whole place humming since you brought Dixie back to Dixieland. You make this singer feel like a king, oh, Maine. You make this world we live in swing, Maine. You make the old magnolia tree blossom at the mention of your name. Your special fascinational proved to be inspirational. I think you're just sensational, Maine. Oh, yeah! Singer feel like a king, Maine. You make this world we're living in swing, Maine. You make the old magnolia tree blossom at the mention of your name. Your special fascinational proved to be inspirational. I think you're just sensational. Oh yeah, you're sensational. I think you're just sensational, Maine, 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 Maine. Oh, Maine, oh, Maine. Maine!
Bob Lito with some great trombone assists, courtesy of Bob Havens. And speaking of Dixieland, NBC has a great treat for all you listeners immediately following the Lawrence Welk broadcast. Our good friend Pete Fountain with Dixieland music from New Orleans. Now, back to Lawrence Welk with one of the prettiest songs ever written, the beautiful Melody of Love. beautiful. Bobby Burgess leading the band, Lawrence Welk enjoying a dance with Sissy King. Well, now we have a student from USC, Steve Smith. You know for whom he'll be rooting tomorrow. Here he is with South of the Border.
South of the border, down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when stars above came out to play. And now as I wander, my thoughts ever stray. South of the border, down Mexico way. Now she was a picture in old Spanish lace. Just for a tender while I kissed that smile upon her face. For it was fiesta, and we were so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way. And she sighed as she whispered mañana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied as I whispered mañana, for our tomorrow never came. Hey, south of the border, I rode back one day. There in a veil of white by candlelight she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Ay, 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 ay.
Of Steve Smith. Well, to show you that Lawrence Welk is neutral, we now call on very lovely Natalie Nevins with Beautiful Ohio.
Drifting with the current down a moonlit stream, while above the heavens in their glory gleam, and the stars on high twinkle in the sky, swimming in a paradise of love divine, dreaming of a pair of eyes that looked in mine. Beautiful Ohio, in dreams again I see visions of what used to be. Dreaming in a paradise of love divine, dreaming of a pair of eyes that looked in mine. Beautiful Ohio, in dreams again I see visions of what used to
Thank you, Natalie, and we have some wonderful Ohio State fans here. Now, the song from My Fair Lady, Get Me to the Church on Time. popular theme, Bubbling Bubbles in the Wine. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. 1969 here in Southern California. Have a wonderful year. On behalf of Lawrence Welk, the Hollywood lady, Mrs. Ralph Portner, thanking you. And, of course, we'd like to tell you that this portion of NBC's New Year's Eve All-Star Parade of Bands was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. We still have time to say, have a wonderful, have a happy, have a contented, brand new 1969. Thank you and bless you.
NBC Radio News next, and then NBC's All-Star Parade of Bands continues with the Dixieland of Pete Fountain and the Ronnie Cole Trio from New Orleans on the NBC Radio Network.
You're all right out 11, 7, crap 11. Good old man coming out. How much goes? You're rolling.
Are you a consistent loser because of your gambling? Are you losing your wages, your savings, and your loved ones? Then it's possible that you are suffering from a serious illness known as compulsive gambling. A compulsive gambler gets progressively worse as he continues to gamble. If you have a desire to end this constant turmoil and want help to live a normal life, contact Gamblers Anonymous by calling Murray Hill 97500.
Well, when I'm driving, I'm behind the wheel, so I don't think I need them.
I figure that when your number's up, it's up, and they aren't going to save you.
I don't like the way they feel around, the waist.
Oh, no. That's too much like work to put them on.
Dick Flynn will never work again. Like too many drivers, he found an excuse for not wearing safety belts. What's your excuse?
NBC Radio News. Here's Bill Fitzgerald.
3 American soldiers were released by the Viet Cong in South Vietnam on New Year's morning. They are identified as Specialist 4th Class James Brigham of Ocala, Florida, and Thomas Jones of Linville, Indiana. The third man was Private First Class Donald Smith of Akron, Pennsylvania. All are said to be in good physical condition. The freed U.S. soldiers were captured by the Communists a year ago. They were turned over to a 5-man American negotiating team on a riverbank 50 miles from Saigon after a 2-hour bargaining session. A similar meeting failed on Christmas Day. Israel says that Arab guerrillas fired rockets into an Israeli village New Year's Eve, killing 3 persons. An Israeli spokesman charges that the attack was carried out near the Lebanese border. Lebanon officials, however, deny the charge, say it was manufactured to justify an Israeli military buildup on the Lebanese border. The UN Security Council took action against Israel Tuesday evening. The 15-nation council voted unanimously to condemn the Israeli government for its attack on the Beirut airport last Saturday. The council said Lebanon was entitled to reparations for losses suffered in the attack, but did not specify any amount. Israel immediately rejected the resolution, said it was against the UN Charter, and thus was worthless. President Johnson served notice on Congress last night that he is not planning any tax reforms in the remaining 20 days of his administration. In letters to leaders of both houses, Mr. Johnson said any changes in the nation's tax programs would be up to the incoming Nixon administration. And billionaire Howard Hughes is literally again spreading his financial wings. That story from Frank Winston in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Howard Hughes has won his battle to purchase a regional West Coast airline. The Las Vegas billionaire sent executives of Hughes Tool Company flying to Seattle to complete the purchase of Air West, a regional air carrier servicing the 13 western states and parts of Mexico and Canada, less than 8 hours before his offer to buy expired. According to one airline spokesman, a number of directors who had voted against a merger on December 27th have now voted to approve the $98 million purchase by the billionaire. This is Frank Winston in Las Vegas, Nevada.
There are reports tonight that Elliot Richardson, the Attorney General of Massachusetts, will be named Undersecretary of State in the Nixon administration. The president-elect has told newsmen that he will name several deputies to serve with the incoming Secretary of State, Mr. Rogers, on Saturday, but Mr. Nixon mentioned no names. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover warns that the United States faces increased terrorist attacks by the New Left. He says these organizations are aiming for the total destruction of the federal government. In a year-end report, Hoover also cautioned that the growth of black extremist organizations constitutes a potential threat to the security of the nation. Once again, the hour's top story. 3 American prisoners of war have been released by the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. All of the men are reported to be in good physical condition. They were set free on New Year's morning on a riverbank 50 miles from Saigon. Bill Fitzgerald, NBC News, New York.
Stay tuned for the next NBC Radio News.
Hello, this is Hildegard. I'd like to ask you a question. Wouldn't you like every child in the world to have a chance to help himself to a better life? Save the Children Federation has given this chance to thousands of children during its 35 years of service. The success of the Federation's self-help programs depends on the generosity of people like you. You can join the Save the Children sponsors who help children in the United States and overseas on a person-to-person basis. You can contribute to the Scholarship Fund, which enables underprivileged children in Appalachia to complete their education. You can join in this vital child-family community self-help program. There are many ways to help. Find out how by writing to Save the Children's Federation, Box 120, New York, New York, 10017. Yes, that address again is Save the Children, Box 120, New York, New York, 10017.
Don't tie up the mail. Keep it moving. Use zip code in every mailing address and your return address, too. You'll help yourself, your neighbors, and your post office.
WNBC FM, New York.
NBC Radio continues its all-star parade of bands across the nation with the live music of the Ronnie Cole Trio from fun-filled New Orleans. Good morning. This is Chuck Pratt, and on stage, Ronnie Cole at the Kauai piano, Everett Link at bass, and Dickie Taylor on the drums. And we're ready to help celebrate the new year. Let's start with San Antonio Road. Well, I'll tell you right now, it's Bourbon Street, New Orleans, Cole's Corner's location. And a salute to the thoughts of one, the Arkansas Razorbacks. And, of course, the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, as we all know, today, later on NBC, you'll be able to hear the wonderful Sugar Bowl game. And to the thoughts of everyone in the audience tonight, the Ronnie Cole Trio, An Impossible Dream. Well, I can tell you right now, if you're ever visiting the great city of New Orleans, don't pass up Cole's Corner, 240 Bourbon Street. Let's swing a little bit on this New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, whatever time zone you're in. And here's the Ronnie Cole Trio and MacArthur Park. the music of the Ronnie Cole Trio from Cole's Corner on Bourbon Street, New Orleans. This is Chuck Pratt, radio station WDSU, saying let's switch across the street to Larry Johnson, who is ready with the sounds of Pete Fountain from Pete Fountain's French Quarter Inn.
NBC Radio continues its all-star parade of bands across the nation with the great New Orleans sound of Pete Fountain and his jazz band. Thank you. Happy New Year from New Orleans. You're listening to the music of Pete Fountain and his jazz group from Pete Fountain's French Quarter Inn on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. I'm Larry Johnston, and that was Clarinet Marmalade, arrangement by Matty Matlock. We've got a lot of folks here. I think we have some people from Georgia. Yeah. And a few Razorbacks from Arkansas. They're down here for the Sugar Bowl game. You having a good time in New Orleans? Beautiful. Pete Fountain and the group now, with an arrangement by John Goodwill of High Society. Listening to the music of Pete Fountain and his jazz band from New Orleans, the great Eddie Miller on tenor sax, Nick Fatul on drums, Godfrey Hirsch on the vibes, and a bunch of other guys that aren't so bad either. Thank you for being with us. This portion of NBC's New Year's Eve All-Star Parade was presented through the courtesy of the American Federation of Musicians. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Stay tuned now for NBC Radio News. And remember, later today, NBC brings you 3 important football games, beginning with the Sugar Bowl, followed by the Rose Bowl, and this evening, the Orange Bowl. Happy New Year from the NBC Radio Network.